Okay. So far, opening at our previous support from yesterday. Need to see a push over 54s. This 54.57 was our resistance for majority of the day off our 30-second opening range from yesterday. Same range as just like literally the same everything. You need to see a break over 57s and ideally 63s become support for upside. That's really it. 57 to 63 is kind of our major resistance right now. We have a gap above all the way up to, I don't know, 82. Everything else is the same, volts wise.
At 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI final forecast 51.7 on the prior 51.7 with a range of 51.9 to 51.5. We get US S&P Composite PMI final prior 52.2. We also get comments from Fed's Bowman, who speaks on bank liquidity regulation and the Fed's role as the lender of last resort. Text is expected, but no Q&A. At 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the US S&P Services PMI final, forecast 51.7 on the prior 51.7 with a range of 51.9 to 51.5. We get the US S&P Composite PMI final, prior 52.2.
Destiny arrives all the same.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with US S&P Services PMI.
Good morning, Vietnam!
News in a minute, guys. Holding yesterday's value.
10 seconds. 51.7, 51.7 as expected. Composite PMI 52.1, 52.1.
We want to see this 59 continue to be supportive and this push over 65s here on NQ. We are just looking for 57s to become supportive on ES. We're holding yesterday's value high, no change. We just need to see if we can get over 57s. If we can go for the RTH gap fill back up to 63. If yesterday's value high fails to hold on ES and Q, right, then we can trade back down through yesterday's balance, which we should all be very familiar with. So just looking to see if we can get over this 57 on ES.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
We have posted the US S&P Services PMI March report on the feed for all those interested.
57 still rejecting. See a supported bid over that, and then we
At 10
can
a.m.
test
Eastern time, we get
into
US
this upper
ISM
distribution.
data. Services PMI forecast 52.8 on the prior, 52.6 with a range of 53.9 to 51.3. Services employment forecast 49 on the prior, 48. Services new orders forecast 55.5 on the prior, 56.1. And services prices paid forecast 58.4 on the prior, 58.6.
Any questions? I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. We break over 57s, then we can go for the gap fill. After the gap fill, though, we'll have to figure out if we can hold up here or if we're going to then break below the morning low, get back into yesterday's balance, which is this area below from 48 to 38, right? 10-point range. If this does not hold, we will then trade back down to 38. We need to see if we can find acceptance. If we can get over this 63-60 area and make it supportive, we can trade up to 70s. above 70s, we have a unfilled gap
At 10
technically
a.m.
until
Eastern time,
about
we get US
82.
ISM data, services PMI forecast 52.8 on the prime,
Target.
52.6 with a range of 53.9 to 51.
So just kind of seeing if we can hold yesterday's structure.
On the prior, 48. Services new
Again,
orders,
57 is
forecast
resistance until we
55.5
show
on
it
the
as
prior,
supportive.
56.1, and services prices paid forecast 58.4 on the prior, 58.6. One minute remaining. I'll lead with US ISM services PMI. Ten seconds. 51 spot 4, 51 spot 4 lower
Huge
than
news
forecast,
candle
52
off of our
spot
30-second
8.
opening
Services
ranges.
prices paid 53 spot 4, 53 spot 4 lower than forecast, 58 spot
Is your
4.
gap fill on
Services
ES?
new orders 54 spot 4,
63s.
54 spot 4 lower than forecast, 55 spot 5. And services employment 48 spot 5, 48 spot 5 lower than forecast, 49. Seeing downside in dollar, upside in stocks.
Move stops up. Again, that is news. That is not. It's a great sign when we hold yesterday's value or trend. Again, we want to see 63s become supportive here. 70.50 is our weekly VWAP. Should actually move this up to 70.50. Targets above 70.50, 82.25. If we can hold. And you guys need to know, like, if we're holding yesterday's value high, like, support is what it is. It's not luck. Like, the market's telling you that it wants to go up until we break back into yesterday's balance. Like we're holding value. Value is value. We're at target here at 350
Russia's
on
Novak says
NQ.
the situation on the domestic fuel
As
market
well
is
as on
stable and there
ES,
is enough fuel
Russell
on the
at
market.
yesterday's value high, so this might be the full move. We're gonna have to see a push over RTY value high for anything more. See if we can build up here. ETH high on NQ. We opened at I mean, yeah, sure, value shifted, but like, I literally just put a chart in chat, guys. I'm not explaining myself, actually. You blind?
Treasury's pair losses after ISM data show prices.
Just went over it for the last 30 minutes. Hello?
Russia's Novak says Russia fulfills its commitments to OPEC Plus in full.
How was NQ at resistance at
We have posted
30-second
out the
opening
US
range
ISM
high?
Services March report for all those interested.
Not waste brain power. What are you talking about? Look at the chart. We open at yesterday's value from PVZ, where we held a supportive balance for 90% of the day. You guys are basing a trade off of value changing from a last minute squeeze into end of day. We open at our balance. This is our balance. We traded within this range for 5.5 hours. We opened and held that as support. Until we see that break, we can see that we are showing this level now as our low. The level in which we held as resistance for 90% of yesterday. If we can hold this, and then we see a supportive hold at our 30-second opening range, right, and yesterday's 30-second opening range, we are looking for at least the gap fill. We are seeing a supportive buyer step in at where our seller was all of yesterday. That seller's no longer there, and buyers are now showing it as support. We look for a pushback up. We held yesterday's balance. Don't overthink things. Like, just, has value shifted? If the answer is yes, okay. This isn't like... We're looking to see if ETH high on NQ can hold. Seeing if we need to do a full retrace of the structure, or if we can show any sort of supported bid at a higher low. Yeah, I mean, we can't predict a squeeze candle based off of news, but we can understand where value is being found and not be short. One thing that we can do. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's fine, geez. Like, again, there's no way to predict that you're going to get a huge squeeze candle there, but what you can do, again, is understand that we are holding yesterday's value high as supportive, but the daily value high, as well as period 1, 2, and 3's value high. Right? So, like, if we're holding yesterday's balance plus the end of day value high, all is supportive, it's like, okay, well, until we breach back below into that, there's no reason for me to think that there's more downside on either. I want to be attempting shorts at either the gap fill above or on a break back into yesterday's balance. Until either one of those things happen, I should have an understanding that I'm either looking for pullback longs or I am waiting for a break out of either our gap high from overnight or break below into yesterday's balance. Bouncing value high here on NQ and ES on the daily. For today, sorry. Just waiting to see if we can hold here. Russell attempting to hold our gap as well. Need to see NQ back over this 43 to 50. So far, it looks okay though. I could see potentially one more leg down off of this news candle up if we can't get over 50s on NQ. Testing 50s, no. See if that just sticks on the offer. I need to change these to previous day. This is no longer yesterday. What we're looking for now is, can we break back into this previous day balance? So far rejecting this value loaded POC off this previous period, right? So we can kind of say that this entire area is our resistance here. If we can't get back into this value, what we're looking for is a supportive push, right? A break above, and then we can trade back through this balance area for this gap fill. Understanding that we have multiple resistances and a selling, like a consolidation, right? Like this day gave us a huge breakdown. So we should definitely be viewing this area as a resistance until we can reach back into this balance above. We have this buyer that is off sides here that we're trying to break back into. How do I draw this? We have a day here where we traded in balance and then broke out to the highs. We then had 2 days of sideways price action at a higher low off of this. But this day is the day that's most important to us. That's above. If we can get back over 84s, right, we can trade that range between 84 and 94 again. But we should respect that 84 as kind of a hard resistance until we see a break and hold back in, and then we can trade this balance. If we fail to break back in, right, this seller is in control who consolidated here, and then we will trade back down. It's important to understand where our sellers were before this huge gap down.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index,
So
63 out
quiet.
of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 71 out of 100 equaling greed. Taking a look at the VIX, currently up 0.48% at 14.67.
Morning, Nick. What's up, man?
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data, crude oil inventories, forecast a draw of 1 million on the previous build of 3.165 million, with a range of a build of 3 million to a draw of 2 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a prior build of 2.107 million. Distillate inventories, forecast a draw of 1 million on the prior build of a prior draw of 1.185 million. And gasoline inventories, forecast a build of 0.1 million on the prior build of 1.299 million.
We can make 92 supportive. We can trade up to 421, just into that previous balance. So far, rejecting that previous value. Fire's still pretty active on NQ. Just need a bit more speed over this 92, and we can again head to that 421 on a lift over 96s.
Brent crude futures rise by $1 to session high of $89.92 a barrel ahead of US EIA's storage report.
US crude futures rise by $1 to a session high of $86.18 a barrel.
I'm just in from 92s. Only trade that I took today was the push back down off of the squeeze candle from previous range. I didn't take the long. I was too busy charting. Just played the pullback instead.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern
We
time,
need to see
we'll
a
go over
larger
the
pullback,
EIA
we'll
data on
see.
crude oil inventories,
Russell can not
forecast
triple
a draw
top
of
here,
1
that'd be
million on the
great.
prior build of 3.165 million. Crude Cushing inventories, prior a build of 2.107 million. Distiller inventories forecast a draw of 1 million on the prior draw of 1.185 million, and gasoline inventories forecast a build of 0.1 million on the prior build of 1.299 million.
Start pushing the 21s, move stops up. Off of the hold of 92s, just like we were talking about. Recovery of a previous day value low, then we'll just trade to our POC of that balance. Yeah, Adrian here, like or like I could have just added another when I took off my last my last short. But I just waited for the break and hold of 92 and then just played it back up to 21s. Fell into it. Always sell into the level, not at the level. Unless you are greedy. Great job, Kamal.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories.
Yeah, you just need a pyramid in, right? Like, create an invalidation level, and then you can add to your position, and you move your invalidation, right, your stop up as you increase your average, and you can pyramid into a position. As long as nothing is invalidating structurally, like, there's no reason to not add to a position if you have a great low. And then you just wait for, can we now hold this next area? What are we going to do if we hold where we are, right? Like, if we can hold 92s, we're going to trade back up to this previous period, POC. It's just, it's the same thing that like, we're trading balance to balance. So, for NQ specifically.
10 seconds.
Like, as soon as we were able to break into 92s, this is now us holding and recovering a previous area of value.
build 3.21 million.
We're going to
build
trade back up to
3.21
this
million, higher than
21s. We
forecasted
know
draw
that
of
this
1 million.
is major
Gasoline
resistance.
inventories draw 4.256 million, draw 4.256 million, lower than the expected build of 0.1 million. Distiller
So
inventories
we can risk off some
draw
here, or if we
1.268
can get the
million,
break above,
draw 1.268
we can
million,
then trade
lower than the expected draw of 1 million. Crude Cushing inventories
up to
draw
43.50.
0.377 million, draw 0.377 million.
It's just back into this previous range, right? We can recover this low. Great. Then we can trade that balance. Right? Because like if we're serious about selling, they're not going to bring us into here. They're going to reject us and then go for that push down if this is going to hold. And if we do get a push above, we will get a secondary entry off of a failure to hold here off this rejection, and then we'll get a continuation down. But regardless, like us holding here should give a viable trade if we can breach above. But we should always expect like the low of this range
Department
will
of
be
Energy
where our
say the
seller
US
is sitting.
Strategic Petroleum
If we can
Reserve
hold
is
it,
up
we should look above.
0.591 million barrels at 363.641 million barrels.
And like, okay, if that's happening, then you can add up on your average and then just move your stop. Like adding the winners is not an issue. You just need to then move your stop up as well, so that position doesn't go red. That's if you're only trading like one lot. Remember, you can always switch to micros, or you can just scalp these areas like I'm doing. You don't need to be in every rotation, but on like major recoveries, I'm definitely playing this 92, and I'm trading up to 21s. I don't need to stay in that trade because I know if we then hold this, we'll have another trade up to 50s, and if 50s hold and become supportive, I know we have another 20-point range up to 70s. Like we're now trading within this balance. It just like really depends on what you want. Like, do you want to be in the market for a long period of time? Or do you want to have like confident areas where you're willing to put risk on and take risk off, make money, and then wait for your next setup? It just really depends. Like if you're looking for a higher trend, you could just go through your checklist of what is trend. Are we making higher lows? Are we holding previous structure? Are we seeing a supportive bid come in? Right? Like if all of those things are being checked off your list, it's like, okay, well, why am I exiting this long from a very solid low? If you're looking for a larger time frame trade, right, and everything's being checked off and meets your criteria to hold, then hold, right? But if you don't have that list, then just take profit into a level that you do understand until you have that that knowledge. But like this is where like playbooking and understanding like market structure are going to come in a lot, because it's going to allow you to make like have larger runners. So I think like creating rule sets for yourself of like when you exit trades and what kind of trade you were looking for, and if there's like both like the smaller scalp criteria as well as like the larger targets are both really important when you're preparing to like trade in certain areas, just so you have an understanding of where you are. So in this instance, your entry is far below the 92. Would your stop be below 92? Or I'm understanding. I bought on the hold of 92 and I sold into 21. I'm not adding to a position unless I see either one, a new buyer step in that I want to play with who's willing to bid at a higher low, either a pullback to that area where I saw the buyer that I originally was playing with off 92, right? Or a breach above 21s and then an initiative buyer step in. I've already transacted in this area. So putting risk on up here for me does not feel great because I would be buying where I sold. So for me, it's now a discretionary setup instead of a mechanical setup. So it's like if I see a supportive hold over 21 to 30 and I see a buyer that is initiative and isn't just a seller, there is a trade here for me. Or if I see a pullback that looks great and I see someone step in that's aggressive, I'll then take like a shorter term scalp. But again, it's discretionary, right? Because what I wanted has happened, and we took the trade off of it.
EIA report surprise build in crude storage.
So now what I'd be looking for is the hold of POC should give us a retest of this period's value high, right? If we're going to be trading the entire range. Just like when you do the ORL recovery, right? If we recover an opening range low, we usually trade up to an opening range mid, right? At like an 80% like success rate. So like if we recover a previous day value low, I'm looking for a push to POC. So like to me, this is resistance, at least short term for, I mean, it just makes sense. We know that there's a lot of two-sided trading here. And because it's above us, we know it's a selling POC. So we would need to see it become supportive, and then I'd be looking for more longs. Or I'm just looking for a general pullback, right? And then an initiative buyer to step in to play with. Yeah. I wouldn't have sold into 21s unless I thought that it was a potential shorting opportunity. Either we maintain this balance or we break this balance, and this balance high becomes our supportive hold, right? Like that's what we have drawn out. So now we're just looking to see if we can build up here, if buyers are still willing to buy at higher prices, and if we can see anyone that wants to show an initiative bid step in and get us some continuation. Yeah, so the opening range plays, we have an entire class on it, but I'm referring to the 15-minute and the 30-minute opening range. When I talk more about the, when I talk about the 30-second opening range, that it has nothing to do with our opening range strategies that we've taught. That's just a supportive hold above ORH or a supportive hold below, a resistant, our opening range low as resistance to gauge general sentiment. But if you want to learn more about our opening range trades, we do have a class that Darian just linked. Done for the day. I don't know why everyone was bearish on Netflix. Set up daily week. Yeah, I think a lot of things basically came down to breakdown level, but where everything's been bouncing on the higher time frame. Your kind of last chance for a lot of things to hold, dip buy ups. I'm curious to see if we can close up here. That'll be good for continuation on the market. here. Like, let's go to our 30 minutes. This is where we are in the grand scheme of things. Like this, because it's all from a higher, lower time frame. So on our higher time frame chart, you can see what I mean by where we are, right? Like this is the low from last week where we were retracing this FOMC candle. We're back to the 63 as a support, and we're now trying to get back in this balance that we created, right? This distribution right here. This distribution becomes incredibly important. If we can get back in here, we can then trade through it, right? Back up to what? 84s is that weekly POC. 84 to 94. This is your other POC. So we then can transact in between these levels again if we can get back in. We're attempting right now to breach back into the low of this distribution here. If we can, then we can then trade up to that 84 level. We are just pushing into this node here. If we can hold it, we then trade up to 84, the POC. If we can make that supportive, right, then we can trade up to the high of that range. Oops.
Russia's Novak says Russia's OPEC plus oil production quota will stand at 9 million barrels per day in June.
There you go. Yo, what's up, Julian?
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing for closes, Sauce. Like, if we close above the previous day's value high, or today's value high for that matter, like, there's a pretty significant chance that we go higher, right? But, like, if we close with inside or below yesterday's value or today's value low, the chance of us continuing down are pretty high, right? It's like either going to be a balanced day or like a down day, unless like some news comes in. It's just like a general rule. So just like always being aware of where we are holding in relation to yesterday or previous balance, or like, is just incredibly important for trend, right? Like if we're going up, buyers are willing to buy at a higher price. Always reminding yourself that like if we're making higher lows, okay, there's a buyer who's willing to initiate. Don't get lost. Yeah, I think that's good. I think just like or marking like the 30-second opening ranges so you have like an idea of like where that initial balance was put on. It can be really solid, and just like keeping those areas as a zone. It's the same thing with like there are a lot of traders who won't take longs or won't take shorts above or below the initial balance, right? The first hour of the session. So it's like they won't be shorting if we're above IB, or they won't be longing if we're below IB. If that's like a lot of people, there's a lot of traders who just won't take or put risk on positions like that until they see like that as a general rule. And you can do the same thing with like your 30-second opening range, where it's like if the morning participation and if the general mood is down and we were unable to hold our morning balance, the sentiment is also down, right? As just like a general rule. And we can see that is the case for the last, I don't know, a couple weeks, where our opening range low of that 30-second has been our major resistance for like 90% of the day. So if we see a shift where all of a sudden we're able to hold our 30-second opening range, we have a buyer from the start of the day who's willing to initiate and push price. Like that in itself is just such a different sentiment than we've been experiencing for the last couple of weeks. Like we've barely been able to hold our opening range for more than like 10 minutes. So like it's a really easy sentiment gauge, just for like a general like what kind of trades should I be looking for. You can do the same thing with like a VWAP, right? Are we above or below? And how are people initiating at that VWAP level? Is it buying strength? Is it selling strength? Is it irrelevant on the day? What is relevant on the day? Yes, exactly. The reason why I was hammering on so much about that ES level at the lows where we held on open, this level, again, was like our balance high for the majority of the day, but it's also the FOMC breakout for the breakout candle. So if we're holding here and we're seeing initiative buyers again, they're willing to now defend the FOMC breakout as supportive. It's like, okay, well, there we go. Nothing has changed. We're just retraced the entire FOMC move, and now we're back. Let's see if I can bring that up. Like, this was our you see from the FOMC day, we had our top of the range before the FOMC was where? Up at this 47. We're now holding this area as supportive. And then this is where we like broke out and FOMC liquidity stepped in to push, right? So if we're holding the day's range before FOMC as now support, like, oh, okay, well, this is probably a good area to initiate if buyers are willing to defend this low. Or sorry, this high. And it's like, okay, we now have the ability to retrace a lot of this action. We've now filled in this poor structure from FOMC. We've now built this out quite a bit. And now we can trade back up. Yeah, I don't like, get off ETH. Garbage. ETH is good for like day trading and getting some overnight sentiment levels, but like for the higher time frame structure, it's useless in my opinion. There's just like zero liquidity that's traded there. The traders that like actually move the market are trading on the Chicago session. Like, yes, we might get some large moves on in London and Asia, but those are almost like 80% irrelevant. It's usually a retrace or a range that's between two liquidity players off of Chicago, right? Like, we'll see like a huge move back up to a previous balance, and then we'll do a full reversal off of that, right? Like, the session becomes irrelevant because all we're doing is trading between two nodes. Like, our RTH structure is what actually is holding us. But like for short-term stuff, it can be great to understand like how they were positioning and where how those profiles built out. But for higher time frame, always RTH. You'll see like Smash do that the same. I mean, he doesn't use ETH, never. Same with Vern, never uses ETH. And those are like two of the volume profile market structure traders that we reference all the time. New PVZs just opened. Also looks like it probably wants to go to that 95.10 before we get a larger move. Just come back down to value high to retest. Looking for something like this, probably. We're changing, right now we have the last 5 days value areas, unlabeled to unlevels. We're changing that to the previous day values. And they'll be labeled as like yesterday value low, POC value high. That'll be in our next update for levels. There's nothing on PVZ that we're planning on changing other than with like a table or anything, because we've already added the shifts. So it's just like zoom out, idiot, right? Like that's, I don't want to over clutter the chart any more than we already have. But there is, we are working on a couple things, or I'm working on a couple things for PVZ for that could be good. We just have to figure out how people are using it, and if there's any like viable strategies that come out of it that aren't based off of how I trade. So like if you see a strategy that you think should be implemented that is making you money, then yeah, I'm all for it. I don't want to add things just to add them though. But yeah, the levels, we're definitely going to be adding previous day value with labels so that it's a bit more useful for intraday. And Q probably has the best structure to play off of with this LVN. Right, like either we're going to trade back into this range, or we're going to see this flag be able to build here and hold this tail for continuation. If we fail to do that, then we know that we are going to transact through this range again, right, through this distribution. So we're looking for this edge to be able to hold as supportive on a retest, right? And then we're looking for a push over 37.75 for continuation. But structure-wise, we have by far the best node developed on NQ. Tesla holding that value high is big for the market. Tesla going up on terrible numbers is just so classic. You see a bit more initiation on RTY, or it looks like that liquidity being offered down at like 93, 94 might need to come into play. Hopefully 95 holds and we see a push over 98, but just being aware. Until the Russell really finds that low, it's going to be hard for the market to move. But this structure building out here is not bad. Like NQ by far the most bullish. We just need the Russell to find a low. It's attempting, right? But just keep it in mind. Or we can actually change this. Watching RTY here. See if we can get the push.
Interfax site's minister and all Russian refineries that have been damaged will be back to normal conditions by the start of June.
Our first look over our PVZ here. Nice little push. I'd like to see this move up the 50s if RTY can break out and NQ can now retest 38, so supportive. Should be able to get another leg. See if buyers will initiate here. Yeah, we're just looking for retests. Seeing if this seller can get trapped and if buyers initiate the Pierce over 38.
The US
Play
and
to
EU are
50.
to use AI to seek alternate chemicals for making chips.
Chemical. It is attempting to move the 45s here. You need sellers to really show an aggressive hand up at these highs and push us below 38, really, to show downside potential. There's definitely some two-sided trading here, but I'm not until we see the breach back below 38, like, I'm kind of just seeing this as buyers willing to step up. There's potential for sell side to be trapped here at like 40s. Trade into 50s, look for a pierce above if it can. First risk off into 50, of course, where all that liquidity is resting on NQ Dom. Yeah, as well as just our pivot in general. Let's see if they pull or if it gets taken. Just watching this pullback as RTY is breaking out, getting our push back down to our 38. See if buy side steps in there and if Russell can hold this high. Just watching our interactions at 38s again on NQ. Looking to see if sell side can get trapped or if we trade back down through the range. Only on a reoffer of 38s. Well, I care. Watch out through reoffer here. If sell side serious, they'll try to defend this. If buy side serious, they'll push above and then bid off of it to trap sell. Buyers want to lift this over 41. Sellers want to push this below 31. You have like a 10-point range right now where you have buyers and sellers interacting with each other. Ideally, if sell side is going to hold, you want them to just basically keep 38's offer and be able to look below 31s. Again, buyers want over 41s. Russell holding. Nothing looks bad yet. Testing our 41s now on you. Need to see a bit more initiation from buy side, or they will get exhausted. The offer will move back below 38s, trapping buy side up at 41. It just depends on what side you're looking for, Ty. And for sell side, what you're watching for is the offer to basically, you want to see buyers get trapped here. You want to see the offer then lower and then hold 38s. And then you have an understanding that if this 31 doesn't hold, we're going to trade back down to this distribution low, right? You need to invalidate your play if we are able to pierce over 41 and then see an initial bid step in. It's just a trap on both sides. So just either waiting for these edges to hold or interacting based off of, is the offer sticking at 41s and there's no initiative bids stepping in? And then do we see on the ladder, sellers then step in and defend 38s as resistance? Like until we see an initiative player step in and defend either a higher low or a lower low with our pivot being 38s, I think is probably a good way to look at it. And then you just either are looking for a reactionary player off of that. You don't have to initiate in this area, but like you're watching to see if either side steps in to defend either edge. So we want buyers to be at 38s, we want sellers to be at 38s, but it's just which side are we interacting off of? We want to see buyers bid off of 38 and then push over 41s with size, right? Because like, what are we looking at here? Well, we have a distribution that we're trading within, right? And we want to build on the tails. We know that if this lower tail doesn't hold as our buyer and it becomes our offer, we're going to trade back down to the previous distribution. What we're looking for is, can that seller move the ask lower, or is the buyer able to maintain and trap sell side offside below? As of right now, it looks like they're trapped below. We just need an initiative buyer to step in and be able to defend this now, or it doesn't matter, it's just a range. I don't think there's anything wrong playing with this area and initiating, but like understanding where you're wrong, right? Like what we're looking for to happen. Like you don't want to stay in a trade if you're trying to long off 41s if we break below 38s and you see the offer lower. Like you want to get out of that trade and wait to see that responsive bid that you were looking for. So let's say like we don't break out here at 41s. Like you should take a small hit and wait for a setup, because we know that if this 38 goes offer, we're going to at least go back down to 31s. So why stay in a trade that's going to give you at least 6 to 10 points of drawdown just to trade the range again when you can initiate again at this low? Or, you know, reverse your play. Just wait for the structure to break. Just like understanding like inflection points is pretty big. Like we know 50s above is where liquidity is being offered. We know that 38 is our local pivot. And I saw players attempting at both of those edges, 41 and 31. So just like, how are we interacting within that range? If you think about it as like a mini auction, right? A mini profile. Think of this as value low, think of this as value high, think of this as POC in that sense. Are we able to hold the upper distribution or the lower distribution? And how are we interacting on a break out of that range? Well, we're building, right? We're trading back up. So this is like a good first risk off back into our immediate seller. And if we get an initiative bid over 50s, then we get continuation. Does that make sense? It's a bit convoluted, but like if you can think about it in the sense of like, we see two parties interacting, and then it's just how are we building within this node? Are we holding the low or the high? Off of the rejection of the high, do we then hold the mid as resistance? If so, right, seller in control. Hopefully that helps. And then it's like, okay, from that hold, from the interaction at the mid, our 38s, right? How do we react at the lows? Does the offer step in and then make what we thought a supportive bid? Is that now our resistance? If that's the case, think of it as like what happens if we break below value low and then hold that as resistance. Well, we're going to then trade back to our previous auction. Being down here. So like it's just interacting at our node edges. Do you get what I'm saying or no? It's fine if you don't. If I zoom in, we can see two players interacting here. This edge at the low. This edge at the high. So I'm bearish under here off of a rejection of 38s. And then a push below 31s and hold. Till then, it's like, okay, we're just building. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't talk about stuff like that so I don't confuse you guys, but I think being aware of like where our pivots are and where like participants want to be interacting and being able to push price is really important for understanding like day trading, scalp wise. Like we know that if these guys fail to push below 31s, they're screwed. Understanding that allows you to get out of a bad play and reverse your play to the other side, or just exit for a small loss and reevaluate. Like that's a key skill, getting out of dog water plays, understanding your invalidations. Yeah, it can be a great area to use it with fixed range. Like we can see, we can put a fixed range here. We understand that buy side is present at this lower edge, which is what we were basing this off of. Right? We need to see them no longer show validity here. And then like we understand that there's a seller above and then a buyer is attempting here again. And we can see that this edge at 38s is also our pivot. So like what do we see with these two fixed ranges? We have two participants that are willing to attempt here at these edges. What we're looking for is buyers to be willing to defend off this 38, off this fixed range, or we will come down to this low. That makes sense, Mark? We want buyers to hold the value high, right? If we failed to hold that fixed range of where participants were reacting in this area, then we're going to transition, right, traverse through that range back down to these lows. We know that buy side was here last time. What we're looking for sell side is for that to become resistance, and then we trade back down. Losing my voice a bit, sorry. I think fixed ranges are like your best friend for day trading, just understanding like where short-term liquidity is. Because like as long as we know where our players are interacting, or at least attempting to interact, like we understand then where we need to hold for like our idea to be valid and not just fiction, right? The meteor shower? No, I didn't even know about it. Was it viewable like across the country or just specific areas? Okay. Yeah, I'm in Ohio, so I don't know if I would have even been able to see it. Also, like, guys, remember the larger structure. Like, where are we? Like, it might take a while up here. We're at our gap fill, right? We're at our previous balance before the breakdown. We need to get back into this range, right? So us chopping up here for a while makes sense. Seeing if we can build up structure. It's going to take quite a bit for us to be able to push over that 84s and then traverse this previous balance. Quite a bit of effort. Just think of this like 80-84 area as no man's land. We can see that just by our profile. Like there's just a void. We know that our buyer was interacting here at this 80 level before, which is our current resistance. And we know that our buyer was interacting at this 84. So this 80 and 84 area are previous buying levels off of a supportive retest, but on a first look into them, we expect sell side to be there or buyers to be there offloading for break even, either or. So it's kind of just a no man's land until we either reclaim our previous balance, right, or see a supportive retest and initiative bid off of it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Kiz. Streak of fiery light appears over Los Angeles. That PVZ bounce on Tesla was great. We're testing our highs now. Another great hold of 38. Again, just balancing up here. Let's risk off into 50s if you're trading this range. Until we see 50s become supportive. I love PVZ. Really keeping an eye on the Russell as we come back down into this low, 95.10. We want to see an initiative bid step in there at value. Just watch Russell into that 95.10. Look for a recovery of 38s or a move back down to 31s. You'll know you get breakout when 45s become supportive. Right, that's why I put the fixed range on. That 45 to 50 is just where liquidity's been stacking. Alright, at R31, you just see it offer a shift below that if it's going to go down back to 21s. Russell still holding our 95s. Seller just taking advantage of some weakness on the overall market. For a bit of a steeper pullback. For buy side, you want to see a pretty strong lift over 35s and then a recovery of 38s. Sell side, you want to see the Russell be able to continue to push down, and you want, again, like 35, 38 to hold on offer. This becomes our pivot here. Right? They'll look below 31s and then a hold, giving you your next leg down. If sellers fail to do that and 31s now stay bid, you're going to have trap sell side at the lows. So really just keeping an eye on the market here. Nothing wrong waiting for the initiation back over 38s.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect
Or
comments from Fed
below
Scoresby,
31s an
who
offer.
gives opening remarks at the virtual event preventing elder financial exploitation, research policies and strategies. No text or Q&A is expected.
Your full move down off the failure at the lows. This is your first risk off if you're playing off the short, as we're pushing back down to POC here and our previous distribution. Look to see if buy side is willing to bend at 16s. If it goes resistant, right, then we will then reverse the previous auction. But we're going to be keeping an eye on this area as ES is back to our 74.50. No, market orders. You don't need huge size to move a market. You just need buyers unwilling to buy on the other side at that price point and aggressively hold, right? Or what do you mean? If buyers don't want to initiate up here anymore, then we will push back down to where they do find value again. And then you'll have two-sided trading where liquidity steps in on both sides. If buy side no longer wants to passively buy up at the highs, and you don't have market orders that are also initiating at a higher price, then it's like, okay, well, sell side is just going to push down. And with market orders pushing down, you have less liquidity, right? Which means that it's going to move price more, because to fill those orders, price has to move down further because there's less liquidity on each price level. So until we get to a passive participant who is willing to put liquidity at a price point, price will continue to move down until we find that liquidity. And you say that there were no orders, but like this is what Bookmap looked like at the time. Like all you see are large sell side orders with liquidity above, with no buy side liquidity below, on no limits. And you should watch both, but like again, NQ, we knew that 50 liquidity was being offered and no one was willing to above. And we had a plan of what happens if that 38s break and are offered again. Understanding that 31s, if it's exactly what we just talked about and I drew out.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed Goolsbee, who gives opening remarks. At the virtual event, Preventing Elder Financial Exploitation Research Policies and Strategies, no text or Q&A is expected.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Great job, Grotto. What does it mean if POC doesn't hold? Can we see it become go offer? Yeah, right. Ideally. But it means the buy side's not willing to defend the mid, right? It becomes our offer, and then we expect sellers to defend it and then push down to a previous level of value. They're attempting to build out a base here. They do. Like, at least just reoffer. You'll see about it. And this is your node edge. This is our node. Only way this is a long is if 404s hold for a pushback up to 16, but I wouldn't touch it. Russell ES aren't showing an initiative bid yet. I'm not touching it until I see RTY get back over 95.10, I don't think.
Shortly
Or a push
expecting
down
comments
a
from
bit
Fed
further.
Goolsbee.
There's nothing wrong with Russell holding POC here, but ES below 74.50 and NQ below POC off of like a pretty strong sell. I just need to see a much stronger participant before I want it personally. But again, like if you are willing to try this, I think the only side trade is a hold of 404 bid and then back up to POC for a reoffer. So then you just wait for things to come back down to value. Selling a channel to the downside, right? Just careful.
At 12:10 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks at the Stanford Business, Government and Society Forum about the economic outlook. Text and Q&A are expected.
I can see one more leg down. We'll have to see if this holds the 71 edge, but I think that push back down to like 64, 67 area on ES makes the most sense, or a breach back up above 74.50 and hold. See how we interact at view up. But if I had to guess, we'll probably trade somewhere. We look for a low here. So right now I'm basically just watching one of two reactions. The hold of our 71.25 edge and push back over 74s, or a push down to our value.
At 12:10 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Powell, who speaks at the Stanford Business, Government and Society Forum about the economic outlook. Text and Q&A are expected.
Waiting on the Russell to figure out directionality. Same with NQ. Your best opportunities right now are either just waiting for a retest of our lower edge, right down here at this 50 to 65 area, with 40s kind of being your low at value. But your first bounce location, for me at least, that I'm watching for is our interaction here at 65s. This area here becomes pretty important. Same thing for ES into our value low. Or a recovery of a previous level that we cared about. We know that we just have a seller in control right now and buyers unwilling to really participate. So until we either see a shift of that, right, buyers starting to initiate again, sell side getting trapped, we should either wait for, one, a return back to value, or a recovery of a previous pivot.
One minute remaining.
News in a minute.
Ten seconds.
News 10 seconds. Keep speeding up.
So Powell says to do so. Powell says if the economy evolves as central bank expects, most Federal Open Market Committee participants see it as likely appropriate to begin cutting policy rate at some point this year. To do so, the Fed still needs greater confidence inflation is moving sustainably down toward 2% target. Too soon to say whether recent inflation readings are more than just a bump, and recent readings on job gains and inflation higher than expected, but do not materially change the overall picture. The Fed has time to let incoming data guide its policy decisions. Central banks are making decisions meeting by meeting. The Fed is not and does not seek to be a climate policymaker. To keep the public's trust, the Fed must avoid emission creep, and the Fed continues to believe policy rate likely at the peak for this cycle, and those risks continue to move into better balance. The outlook is still quite uncertain. The Fed faces risks on both sides of its mandate, and labor market rebalancing seen in data on quits and job openings, employer and worker surveys, and continued gradual decline in wage growth. The economy is still one of solid growth, strong but rebalancing labor market. Inflation is moving down to 2% on a sometimes bumpy path.
All right. Dang it. Blood marriage. It's just like some pretty active two-way trading still. Nothing really to write home about. Decent liquidity that was at that 67.68 on ES off VWAP, but we haven't gotten any movement from it. Seller's still pretty active above. I'm really not trying to interact here, to be honest. I either want to see a steeper pullback or, again, a recovery of one of our pivots from above. I think if you have to interact out of a like, you want to be interacting, either you want to see buyers willing to participate into this low, right, and immediately push off. We're looking for a bid to step in above 94s and then push to this high up at 404, just as before. And what you're looking for sell side is a look below this 84 and then the offer to be able to hold here or a move down. If neither of those two things happen, right, either a hold of 93.50s and a strong bid or a hold below 84s and a strong offer, we will continue doing this two-sided trading, which I personally, I don't want to be a part of. But if we see either one of these bid or offer hold on the break of our fixed range, right, like that can give you some play in either direction back up to our previous pivots.
US Deputy Secretary of State Campbell says trilateral summits next week between the US, Japan, and the Philippines will bring closer coordination on South China Sea and elsewhere.
Watching our 95.10 on RTY, retesting our value. Yes, sideways, just holding VWAP. If you are playing this range, this is your first target into 404s, where we saw a sell side initiate last time off of the news candle. Target above that is 14 to 21. It's just POC. Like, this kind of stuff is probably like the only interactable plays that I think you take, right? This retest back to our lows, bid off the highs, push back up. Like, you can play stuff like this. I just don't really care for it a lot of the times. But I think it's viable for sure. Which is why I was talking about it. Just, when we see a strong participant step in, I usually will wait. This is target here. This is just POC. Sellers offer this again on ES and NQ, or we look for a look above and the ability to then bid and hold it. Understand that this reaction was just a failure to break back into our highs, but we are maintaining our levels, right? Like, it's just a retrace because of news. You definitely want to be moving up stops if you are in this trade. We look to see if we can build a flag here. Sell side, you're watching to see if this pushes below POC again. You transact back down to this 404. Buy side, we're looking to see if we can build here, up, and recover this edge. Just like we were talking about on ES as well. We want to see POC become supportive at the 74.50. Russell really helping us. Looking for a 95.10 to show supportive on this retest.
Fed's Powell says inflation wasn't strictly from demand overheating.
Be aware, Powell is still talking.
And Fed's Powell says monetary policy is tight. And Fed's Powell says maybe more supply side gains to be had. And Powell says the labour market is rebalancing.
Yeah, I mean, it's news. Powell's speaking. It is completely okay to not trade this and wait for this guy to stop. The market's a bit more structured. I think a good rule of thumb is like you have a playbook, but move like your playbook plays down a letter grade when you have news-based volatility in the market. So if you think you have like an A setup, make it a B. Like just understand like what you are perceiving or what you think is going to happen matters a lot less, because like intraday liquidity is going to be not as important. We're going to pull back to higher time frame value levels, right? So just like I'd probably move them down to like 2-letter grades, honestly, until Powell stops talking. So it's like worth playing, but right, half size if anything.
Fed's Powell says
Lower
inflation
leverage.
expectations are
Understand
consistent
that
at
you could be
2%
wrong very
inflation.
quickly and very painfully. You can also be right very quickly. But like your setup when you back tested it and you did your playbooking was not based off of Fed Powell saying we're going to the moon. So your risk profile needs to change. Yeah. And you can definitely still acknowledge our levels, right, and play around them and play around any sort of like short-term liquidity you see, but understand, right, like if Powell's like, I'm retiring, I no longer care about the market, and the money printer is turning off, like you're going to be wrong very quickly. Your magic lines all of a sudden don't mean a whole lot. So you can be like risk averse and not touch it, or size down until he stops speaking. Just so one bad trade doesn't ruin a great day. Or blow up an account. I've seen too many Twitter posts of people like having straight to the right P&L for like 7 days in a row and then have one losing day and blow up their account off of like an emotional trade that they didn't close. Tried to make up for it. Don't be that guy. Hey, I mean, it's just not a part of my playbook. It might be part of yours. I'm really keeping an eye on the Russell back into value. Is that kind of led us? Just need to watch our reactions up here at the highs again. Russell bottoming out, though, is a great first sign. You can see that this low into our ETH high, holding this in our POC, kind of led this move up. The ability to hold our pivot here. So if the Russell loses momentum here into our monthly anchored VWAP and our value high, you just want to be aware that we could have some short-term downside if we lose momentum. All of a sudden we don't have everything moving together. So just be aware of that level, move up stops, we retest the highs, especially unless Powell says something crazy, you kind of expect balance to maintain. Just like our current levels, right, where our sellers and our buyers are. Until he says something that's like bullish that deserves a breakout, just kind of expect these levels to maintain until he's done talking. It'd be weird if we broke out, to be honest.
US Treasury yields turn lower, 10-year yield down slightly at 4.363%.
And when I mean like breakout, I mean like breakout of our current balance. Us like maintaining these like intraday liquidity levels before news just kind of makes sense until he either like one stops talking or says something new that the market he says in pricing. I don't think he said anything new. I'm your playbook, and I get it. But surely over time you're starting to see
US
things
Treasury
yourself, yeah?
two-year yield slips 2 basis points to 4.68%.
Like, I didn't tell you to short that 16. That was a great play. You're learning. Back to our 31. Remember, this was where we broke down last time. So this is just a full seller reoffer on NQ. That's 31 to 38. If we can push back over 38s and make it supportive, then we can trade back up to 50s. Just kind of respect this as our edge, move stops up accordingly. No reason to sell yet. Momentum is persisting. But just be aware of our previous edges. If you missed both sides of this move, again, like, don't be emotional about that. There'll be plenty more trades that aren't based off of Powell saying I'm bullish still.
Dollar index down 0.506% at 104.24. And Powell says capacity of economy moved up, perhaps more than the output.
Watching our retest of value high here on RTY as a potential support. I'm gonna look above.
And Powell says, I do think monetary policy is working.
As well as our 31 to, like, I don't know, 20, 28 edge on NQ. We're just looking to basically see if we can trade within this distribution now. Can this tail hold, or are we going to move back down off of the failure to get over 38s? Right, we have two pretty clear auctions that took place here based off our nodes. What we're looking for right now is, can we build at this lower tail, go support a bid, and get back over our 38s for a retest of these highs. If this fails, we look for the offer, right? Hold here, trade back down between these. Kind of have a no man's land in between. The LVN is just where you're looking for a supportive bid to step in.
And Fed's Powell says too soon to conclude disconnect in monetary transmission. And Powell says supply side recovery is stimulating new demand and supply.
This is where we'd look for our first little bounce. And what we want to see now is this now resistance, right? This LVN. Because if so, then we will transact in this lower node. I'm going to delete this now that this full thing is played. No reason to keep it on chart. And again, from just what we were talking about, like, there's no reason to think that we're going to break out of our current value area while he's still talking. Like, this is where our seller is, and we should continue to perceive that until something changes. But to like expect more right now just doesn't make sense in my head. Watch our 16s just like before. This is the middle of our node. So if we're bullish still, right, we would want to see buyers interacting and being willing to bid here and then look back up. If we're bearish, we will retrace this range again and we watch our interaction slow. Yep.
And Fed's Powell says risks to cutting rates too soon as well as waiting too long. And Powell says don't think inflation is reversing higher.
Hopefully you guys aren't caught on the wrong side of this trade or a trade. Respecting our levels is so key. Back to our 65s, which is what we were originally looking for in NQ. Wait for reactions here. Again, this is just news-based volatility off of Powell talking, a failure to break out. Just, yeah. Watching our reaction at 95.10 on RTY, seeing if we can hold a higher low. This is NQ VWAP though. Things to note, yes, just broke below value low. We're reoffering now, but this is our box where we were looking for pullbacks to occur. On a deeper retrace, I wanted to see a bit lower on NQ, to be honest. Please don't blow up your account while Powell is talking. Don't let all of the hard work that you've been putting into building like safe strategies go to waste trying to catch a lotto. Don't do that to yourself. So disrespectful to all of your time that you've put into trying to learn how to properly trade.
And Fed's Pal says Fed projections assume 1 to 1.5% productivity growth. And Powell says AI should increase productivity.
Battling at POCs here, rotating ticks on ES and NQ. Russell in the middle of the range. Held our PVZ value high at 95.10. Value, our weekly AVWAP still acting as resistance above. So really no change in our overall levels. Just waiting for Powell to finish talking and then we'll be able to break out. Or break down. The first initial bounce was caused, we found relief with ES coming down into VWAP, right? The second test that we've done was NQ coming down into VWAP. So we've now seen buyers show interest at both NQ VWAP and ES VWAP. The only one we haven't interacted with so far, only one left is our Russell VWAP. Still have that to work with. But so far, like, our VWAP levels are very supportive until we see a push below and hold. Right, we're still in the, like, a overall bullish move, just at a major resistance on the higher time frame. Again, remember what this is. This 80 level is 80 to 84 is just such a large pivot for us structurally. You guys watched the Jogan episode last night? Not yet. Hello?
And Fed's Pal says policy has gotten to a pretty good place.
Pretty good. I feel that sauce. Yeah, especially with subtitles, man. You don't want to miss dialogue, especially on that show. You look at your phone once and you have no clue what's going on. And Q is actually barcoding. It's crazy. Last 10 minutes. So I just want to point something out for those that are actively trying to trade this. You have pretty solid ranges on both sides, but once this breaks, right, we can see the node that we have built out here. We understand that we have liquidity that's present here, and we have liquidity that's present above here. So your breakout, you need to be watching and risking off as we approach this 3138, and understand that we have more risk to the downside here with less structure. And that you're probably coming back down to this VWAP to like 390 area, right? I'm actually going to, so I can highlight what I'm talking about. We're looking for buyers to continue to defend this low here. And we know that we have sellers willing to transact here. And NQ is now consolidating in a 10-point range. So just understand like where our targets are and what your risk is on both sides of a trade if you are trying to position here. Just like always keep that in mind.
Jay, we're running on time here, and there's lots more stuff we could talk about, but I'm mindful of time. So let me just first of all thank you on behalf of Stanford for being here, engaging us in this conversation. It's been very stimulating.
Fed's Pal concludes Q&A at Stanford University event.
Thanks, Robin. Thank you.
Thank God. Alright, let's see if we can get out of here. Just watching our POC retests here. 16s on NQ, 7450 on ES. Nothing has changed. Just looking for the ability to hold and lift, or pierce below and then hold below. This is our pivot. We have value above, trade into that as our first target, or we wait for a break above value high and a supportive bid to step in if you are unwilling to trade balance. Powell has finished speaking, so we should be able to see direction-wise where we're going to go relatively soon. It's not... I'm surprised how well we held up here during that news. Like, there's clearly a buyer willing to defend this on all of these lows, which is really nice. It's really nice to see. It makes me feel like we have potential to get back into that previous range and continue on our way. The market reactions off of Powell talking was just not very bearish.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
In 10 minutes' time, at 1:10 p.m. Eastern, we expect comments from Fed's Bar.
Oh my
Speaking about
god.
the Community Reinvestment Act in Washington, D.C. There is no text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Getting the real gains. True. You missed all the J-Pal volatility. Probably for the best. Yeah, we'll see, man. I don't know. We held really well into that JPOW talk off of VWAP, so maybe if we break below that and we don't see that active buyer again, but I mean, it's like either we close and hold over 80.84 on ES, or we have like another day of this shit. I don't know. And we're holding pretty well. I think if we break below 350s, that's when you know we're kind of screwed. 350s continue to hold. I just seems like we want to build this out. I don't know, I was very surprised how well buyers reacted at the lows there over the last hour. There's still been like zero desire to trade over 80s on ES and 450s on NQ. So like those are some pretty easy pivots. But there seems to be some desire from buy side to build out this area,
5 minutes
which is
time,
interesting.
It's 1:10 p.m. Eastern. We expect comments from Fed's Bar, who's speaking about the Community Reinvestment Act in Washington, D.C.
It's making me feel a lot less bearish.
Text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Like in the overall sense. We'll see what happens in our reactions into like 280, 450 again. If they sell again and then we see no buy side desire, then I can see us doing a much steeper retrace before we get a decision. We've exhausted all liquidity up there. Yeah, I don't know, Tom. I'm just waiting it out. I definitely see the potential for a steeper retrace, but I'm just not like overall bearish. Like we identified 80.84 as our pivot. We know that there's a seller there. We know there's a seller at this 38 to 50 on NQ. So like I think shorting up at those levels makes sense. But where we are now just feels awkward. We're just rotating ticks around POC. Like I think if this 16 to 21 holds on NQ, we definitely can trade back down. I don't know, another 50 points. I just don't know if I want to interact with it, that's all. Or like actually in the middle. It's getting really tight though. So we will get a large directional move relatively soon. I think they're overpriced, but they're not bad. Like you're definitely paying for the name brand. But they make good stuff. I just think there's like a $30 upcharge. Oh, headphones? I don't know. I don't know anything about Razer with headphones. I mean, those don't look terrible though. Okay, we'll
Shortly
look at
expecting
this.
comments from FedSpar.
I mean, they look decent. He's getting the green ones? Okay, well, never mind. I take it all back. I mean, they don't seem bad for the price. Yeah, I mean, they seem solid. I haven't had a headset though, and I don't know. Since I owned Astros when I was playing like Modern Warfare 2. So I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, I didn't want to spend a ton on a headset.
Yeah, I totally
I
get
just
it.
use it on my.
Totally get it. You just hear
If I
me
didn't
vaping
have, like, kids and
nonstop.
my wife working next to me, then yeah, speakers and a microphone would be the way to go.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
Headset's the way I have to go about it. I was trying to find something that had good noise canceling and then good background reduction for the mic all in one.
Yeah.
Nothing's perfect out there. I'll probably end up having to get some software to help it too.
I think NVIDIA's got some pretty solid software for that. Like, I don't know what kind of GPU you have, but I think they have some built-in stuff now for, I think it's like called podcast mode. That gets rid of like all background noise. Oh, and NVIDIA Broadcast. That's sweet. Like wireless headphones. Those QC35. Sounds like wireless. Yeah. I don't know. Once I went to like open back headphones with like an actual amp, it was over. Get us out of here, man. What is this? If I'm not in a trade, I don't care.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
If buyers can't lift us, down just seems like the only coming back down to that VWAP area just makes sense. I don't know. As long as we're like holding 350, 365, I'm like bullish overall. But I totally understand this being like major resistance. And because I'm like mixed and we're in the middle of the range, I'm not interacting. No desire. Surely the reverse sweep, yeah. Surely.
$65 counterparties take 436.631 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Trading ticks. That 35% illumination is huge alpha. People don't talk about that enough.
Every time I think we're gonna get that candle down, it's just like buyers step right back in.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. My trades aren't going through. Operation timed out.
Yikes.
Yep. Instead of it being a win, it skipped over my stop loss and I lost 40 bucks. Thankfully, I had secured 200 on my other 2 contracts, but it's just annoying.
Is that Ninja?
Yeah, so with Tradeovate and like Rhythmic through Ninja, sometimes because they trade through the platform through an API, kind of like how TradingView does, if there's a delay in the API relay signal, sometimes it's rare, but it can happen depending on like your internet connection, that you can get like a 0.1 millisecond delay, and if the price skips over your stop loss at that time,
That's
it
terrifying.
close. That's the first time it's happened to me in a very long time. But yes, it's I might also be running too much PC load on my PC too.
Mm-hmm.
So I have like 30 strategies running, and that
Jesus.
takes a lot of RAM. Thankfully, I have 96 gigabytes of RAM. Dude, it was so cheap. I looked at it. It was like 300 bucks to upgrade to almost 100 gigs of RAM. I was like, why would I not do that?
That's crazy. I remember when it used to be so expensive. Now hard drives and RAM are so cheap. Love it.
Yeah.
But I feel like the costs just moved the GPUs and nothing's changed, technically. Like, everything probably is technically the same price. Money just got moved around. Maybe even GPUs are more expensive. Configuring and
GPUs
all the
are
other
ridiculous.
ones. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, 60% of your build costs now.
Oh, are the buyers going to try to push us out of this range right here? Are we just going to reject and go right back down?
Russell into value high here. Important test. Rejected here the last 3 times. It's a big deal if we can lift. If we lose momentum on Russell, just understand that NQ and ES. NQ is in the top of its range. ES is still just rotating ticks around POC. We want to see a supportive hold in this top tail for more upside. Right? We want to see the ability to build here. or we are just going to rotate right back down. I think Kowalski just trades the morning and then he leaves flex. What I would do if I didn't stream. My trade history is like there's this block of like I don't know 12:30 to like 1:45. There's like 0 trades taken. It's just such a waste of time.
Why are we still here? Just a sudden.
I'm gonna grab some water. Hopefully in the next 2 minutes something happens. And it's because I left. You're welcome. Another failure at the high of our NQ balance. Russell still holding our value high. It's back to POC here.
Fed's bar says overall banking system is sound and resilient.
Lovark. Oh boy. I like this Tesla bid off of our PVZ. Our stack signal, not bad. It'll be good if it can hold here. Need it over 168.19 for confirmation.
Fed's bar does not comment on monetary policy.
Thank God. Fed's bar, man.
Fed's bar concludes remarks at event. Spaceborne 2? No.
Never even heard of it. Single player open universe. I have a really hard time with single player games. It is really hard for me to focus. Yeah. This doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, it was okay. It's very short though. I wanted all of the bosses to be like 4 times as hard. At no point did I feel like the game was difficult. Yeah, that's a hard one, Julian. Definitely fun. Well, that's why I like V Rising so much, is like it's just tribes, but 300 times better with bosses that actually require like mechanical skill. It's a great game. You should buy it, Adrian, before it goes up to $40. They're doubling cost at on launch. Yeah, we all start from 0. Nah, and the expansions are all cosmetic. The world is specific. It's like everything is going to be reset. Nothing carries over from world to world. Yeah, definitely Timo Bathory. He's in need for teammates. Varg already denied him. A sweet house? Like in game? The one that I built last time was pretty good. You build like a fortress, and because it's PvP as well, so it's a lot of defense. Immediate bounce at the bottom of our balance. Very equal distribution across the board on NQ. Nothing has shifted from this idea of balance, right? This is still just the thing. need to break out of balance for any sort of expansion. Just gonna keep moving this over until it stops being a thing. Yeah, V-Rising, you like, it's server specific, so there's there's a set world. It's not like a random generated seed. Everything is designed with intent. And the map has different like zones and bosses in each zone, and you build in different plots, and you can build whatever you want, but everything resets on every server you go. Nothing carries over, and you start from level 0. Yeah, Rust, but top down is a good way to put it, with like Diablo elements. It's basically like the way that I've always explained it is it's like an MMO that doesn't require 9 years of grinding. It has all of like the fun components of an MMO and MOBA combat, but with really nice like boss fights, like Diablo-esque boss fights, or Dark Souls, I guess. Like top-down Dark Souls with MMO mechanics. I mean, there really isn't another game that's like it. If you ever played Battlerite, it's the same developers who did that, so it's that top-down MOBA style combat. Yeah. We did a raft playthrough. It's good, but it's empty. Raft is one of those games that requires, like, it's about the people you're playing with, I think, more than anything, because the game is just so empty. I'm waiting on Enshrouded because I heard there was, like, 0 content. I heard it was really good, but that it was missing content. It's calling me. Okay. I think there's supposed to be a Valheim update, like, relatively soon. I'm excited to play that. If you're in this stacked long, just understand we're at the top of the range again. Move stops up, risk off until we see a push and hold over 27s. Just top of the range again. Gotten 2 stack signals, or 3 actually. One at the high, low, this range. Get me out of here, man. Move stops up again if you're long off the stacked long at the lows. Again, what we're looking for is the flag to be able to build up here for a push up to 38 at least. This is our first test outside and into our LVN between our 2 distributions. Alright, so if we can build here, great. If we re-offer and put back in, we go back down to the lows. Ideally, we're able to build. Just watching ES as it comes up into value high, top of our balance. 31, where we rejected last time. Again, love to see it build. Able to push back over 38. But I get it if it can't. You need to look below 23s and then the offer to stick there, or you're just going to end up getting a buyer flag develop out here at the high of our balance. Right, so what we're looking for is, can buyers defend here at the highs and push, or on a look back below, does the offer move down to defend and then push us back down to POC and back to Andorra Valley low? So we're just really watching how this buyer reacts here at this tail. Uh, 5.5 minutes, really, yeah, 5 minutes until our next PVZ zones are made. Hopefully get some volatility in top of the hour. Excuse me. Your first risk off, if you're short from 31s or 23s, reoffering. Back to the middle of our range. Yeah, I think it's got like a 76 on Rotten Tomatoes. Not bad. It's gonna be hard to top the Japanese Godzilla movie that just came out. What, like a couple months ago? A month ago? I mean, that was fantastic. Yeah, I watched Roadhouse. Conor McGregor needs to quit his acting career. He is so bad. But the movie was entertaining enough, I guess. Did you like it, Adrian? Yeah, I think Dune and Godzilla, the Japanese Godzilla, are probably the best things I've seen this year. Man, -1 on an IMAX was something. Beautiful. New PVZ zones have just opened. It's literally on ES, it's what we've already have marked, right? 6950 value low, value high, and POC is the 7450, and on top of our range is 80. No change. Move stops down if you are short still on NQ off of the range on the 23 retest. We are at our POC. We're looking for the 16 to ideally reoffer now as resistance if we're going to get another leg down. Just understand we are at the bottom of this distribution where buy side has been present. We've seen sellers up here. We've seen buyers down here. Getting this really nice equal distribution.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Why now?
Russell back to the high of the range at value high. NQ as well, top of range. ES flat. Watching our reaction as Tesla comes back up to retest this 168. It's going to be very hard for us to break out if the Russell can't get outside of value and Tesla can't hold this 168.15 as supportive. It's just like not a lot for trend continuation. Everything at the highs. Really need to see the ability to lift out of here. Buyers defend this 23.50, 22, or we just come back down to POC. It's really that simple. $31 still just holding. Might as well just move this up to here at this point. Neck beard? No neck beard. Was at a barber this weekend. I am very cleaned up. That is right. Back down to the middle of our range. Please move your stops down as we approach this. Again, the 16 to 18 area is either buy side will be present here, or we will traverse back down. It's the middle of the range. You're shorting the highs. You want to be moving stops, taking off half here until we see a push below. RTY flagging at a higher low. Tesla trying to hold our 68.15. As of right now, I don't see much that tells me that we're going to get another leg down, other than NQ is just a bit slow. But if Tesla can hold here, and if the Russell can get back over 101.40, like there's actually decent potential to trap sellers, which is the only reason I'm saying to like risk off shorts because of that. With these two potential flags, I mean, we're definitely seeing weakness here, right? But if this can bid and then pop, that'll definitely cause a move. Same with Tesla being able to hold up here. If these can't maintain these ranges and we get a look back, right, like that's where you get your next leg down for sure. But just be careful. Not seeing like action on the other markets that supports a huge push as of yet. This guy at 22 is offsides, but it's a pretty minimal position. Yeah, there you go. Push into POC here. Yeah, change the opacity. This is way too bright. See anything? Same thing for ES, right? We're just back to POC and our previous value high. We expect buy-side liquidity to be present here. If it isn't, we watch for a reoffer, a push down, and then a move back down to our 69.50 VWAP area. That is the bottom of balance. I am personally not in a trade. There's only so many times I can play this range before I lose my mind. Watching Russell in the POC here off of the failure to get back over value. If Russell can't hold and ES shows weakness below the 74.50, right, there's potential for another leg down. If we see a supportive bid, no change. Only way this breaks down is if ES rejects 74.50 to 76 now, and the Russell can't hold. And we have our target for the look below. And this does happen. Just back down to VWAPs. Russell, really nice bounce, 99.4, still just oscillating. Watching for the reoffer on ES below POC, this node. A swing band? Is this a joke? Oh. I love those kind of mashups. They always just hit different. So here's your test for sell side. Can they maintain POC now as resistance, right? Can we maintain this 20 to 18 as resistance on NQ and this 76 on ES? If we can, you look for the offer to move down. If no change happens, it's the exact same range as before, just like I was talking about. Sellers need to step in at a lower point and show that these buyers are off sides here, or we will stay consistent. YM. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a good sign.
It looks similar to ES.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
in
sense.
terms of the setup, but it's much more pronounced, the breakdown. So I've been using it as a leader today because it looks like it's been leading
Yeah.
the others, but RTY and NQ have been holding up pretty good in this range.
I feel like it just gets bearish if we push below this. Right now we're just holding balance.
Before, when I said I was in a short, it was YM, and it just hit my stop, took me out. But that was a nice breakdown. I got a little aggressive, moved my stops up, but I didn't know how far down we were gonna go, and I didn't trust this move down with everything else holding range.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you got here like halfway through it. I'm a bit over it. But if you're playing the ES trade off 76s and the reoffer into 74.50, terrible. It's just so slow, man. The NQ range is really nice, especially with stacked, because it's been giving a pretty decent with easy invalidations.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.73 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.76 a gallon. US crude oil futures settle at $85.43 a barrel. That's up 28 cents or 0.33%. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.84.
His ES first target here, value low. Definitely move stops down. This full position, this full move has now been completed. If YM wants to lead down off of the failure to get back over 16, then the offer moving down to 501, we can have one more leg down for sure. But just keep in mind, we need to see this reoffer and hold this resistance off of the bounce off of our previous POC. Watch your 69.50, I don't know, 70 on ES. That is your reversion back to value. Come on. Good first risk off as NQ comes back up into POC, YM into our previous value low. This again, 516 on YM, and ES back up into 74.50. If sellers are going to persist, we expect them to be here. If they can't, that's probably it. It's just another push down to ES VWAP and immediate bid. ES VWAP and value low. would say there's probably nothing bullish until you see YM back above VWAP and hold. But you're in a new state. If we build here, you really want sellers to continue this low. I don't know if it needs to be said, but top of ranges, right? So move stops. Surely we see the correlation with the Russell. My right. Probably.
Brent crude futures settle at $89.35 a barrel. That's up 43 cents or spot 48%.
Kevin. Back down to the bottom of our ranges. Why I'm back to this previous POC here at 501. For continuation down, we want to see a pierce below and then a reoffer there, where we will continue to range between these 2 points. Right? Value high and POC. We are just holding this area. Need to see a look below, sell side, bend this. Then you can go for the push lower. Again, only like quote unquote bullish on a hold over this 31 for a build. But this is a very neutral, the bearish state here. So we see the breakdown. Really just keeping an eye on the Russell in this structure that's formed here. Right, you're either going to get that breakdown of this low for a push down to fill this structure, or it's going to continue to just do this oscillation, which has been showing our local highs and lows for the range. Yes, back down to VWAP. And our value low. Buyers are found, or we look for that pierce below, reoffer, and then push down to 63s. So just watch again as we come down into this low, and the Russell shows a break of the structure. We want to see a reoffer, and then a continuation. It's going to do anything else. Another successful bounce on RTY at the lows, as well as ES into value low. Need to see a bit more for it to be, you know, bullish, but it's just another range bounce, another sell side failure. Get me out of here. Yeah, I mean, at least a VWAP and Q would be nice. Just need the Russell to break. Just bring some liquidity back into the market with that. Yeah, do you have ETH on? I'm on RTH. So that's just for this session. ETH might be lower. My trade of 8 what on 15-second is at 70. But it might change if I load more bars, I'm not sure. On the footprint chart, it has it down at 66.75 for Globex for both sessions. That might be the one that you see. Yeah, so that's the same one. Oh my god, blinds. Your target. Reset. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's like, yeah, we retrace. We need to recover 84s. But there's like no real upside here on ES. We did the move. Your downside is 37. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. If 63s hold overnight, I don't think the bull trend's done. But I don't know if we have another day of balance or not. I want us over 84s end of day. We're gonna be bullish. Or we're just kind of in like no man's land. Yeah. I'm risking off 1 here on NQ as we push down into VWAP. What we need to see for like short continuation is the Russell break this range and NQ break value low. What's happening is we're just seeing like a soft sell, I guess is the best way to put it, where like the Russell can oscillate this range and then NQ and ES just rotate back from VWAPs. Like if we just bounce value low again with the Russell maintaining the highs, like nothing has changed. We've just given more room for tech to go up, which has been like these end of day rallies that we've been seeing. Like one of the indices just like moves down to its mean while the other ones just consolidate sideways, and then we have room to the upside off of that mean reversion, which is my concern. So like I need to see us below this 82.74 area on the NQ Russell to break down below this 99.4, where it just seems like everything's just reverting to a mean or getting room for upside. That's why it's tough. Like it's much easier to identify the higher edges and play off of those and just leave a runner than trying to look for like continuation in this god-awful range. And maybe what I just said doesn't make sense to you, but to like the general people, but what we're seeing here is just the Russell oscillating at the high of our distribution. So for downside continuation, you really want to see RTY continue and show the same weakness as ES and NQ. What we've seen so far is ES just coming back down to the low of this range at our VWAP. Same thing with NQ on these larger moves. And then the Russell just bouncing, giving upside and a lift, right? It was the same thing at this last one, where we get these drastic moves back down to our mean, but like the Russell's just maintaining this low. So like you want the full market breakdown. Unlock burrito day? What is this? Oh, win a BOGO? That's cool. The winning order. But what's the right combo, Maldito? What's up, Izzy? Yeah, we've been pretty range bound since JPOW talked. Just at the highs. Just waiting to see our reactions into VWAP.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Does it change every day, Sauce? Is that still good? Yeah, I mean, NQ needs to get back over 400s. Or we're just gonna go down to VWAP. Doesn't make sense not to. The UI on this page is so fun. What is this? This is YM into target. Need to see if the market's going to give any more. This is our previous value low. Either this 473 continues to bid, or we look for the look below, and then the push down. Easy, BOGO. Thank you, boys. Is NQ pushing down into our VWAP, same as before. Watching to see our reaction here across the board. Need to see us push back over 96s on NQ for anything meaningful. First reoffer here is into 90.92. Move stops down. We watch to see if we can get back into value and overview up here on NQ, or if this is now resistance. You should be out of the majority of your shorts from higher. And now we just look to see if there's any sort of continuation potential. Russell still has room downside. And with the break of the range, right, we have room as long as the Russell is continuing to show weakness. Yeah, you really did, Kevin. Because it was sideways for 2 hours. This is your next target on RTY, where we can bounce potential, and my 350, 360 area on NQ. Buyers maintain this. My trend hasn't changed. Again, just keep an eye on the Russell. Getting our actual move now, because the Russell lost that high. Our potential areas for a Russell bounce are here at POC, VWAP, right? Our previous POC, VWAP, or back down at our ETH and our PVC reversal, right at the lows. So really just keeping an eye to see if we get any sort of continuation here. We have zero structure in between. Again, just wait for the Russell to find a low before attempting any sort of long. This is ES right back to our 30-second opening range. Russell coming down to our VWAP. Expect buyers to be present there. Immediate bounce off of that. There potentially is one more leg down, just need to wait and see. Actually gonna move the Russell to a smaller time frame chart just so we have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. Purple is always VWAP, by the way. You have it any other color, you're wrong.
So the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100 quickly drop and turn negative.
Now we just wait to see if the Russell reoffers here at our previous value high. If the seller is willing to persist here, then we can get some continuation down for one more leg down to 89s. Other than that, I think the move's probably mostly complete if RTY holds VWAP, at least for now. Alright, I'm getting off of YM. I can't stress enough, just waiting for everything to show the exact same price action for moves is just like, it's such a brain dead concept, but it's so hard to implement into your system when you stare at candles all day. But like, if you can be patient and just wait for things to break down together, you're like, the confidence in the trade and the amount of movement that you're able to get is just so much better. Like, just waiting for the Russell to fail that range and then reoffer is just like, you could have just waited. You could have set an alert, walked away, saved yourself 2.5 hours. As soon as the market as a whole is bearish, right, you get the actual elevator down. There's potentially one more leg, but I'm not in it. I'm out. At this point, it seems like we're just waiting on the Russell to find this low. I think there's a decent amount of people attempting to buy down here. So if they get trapped, sure, there's more, but I do not care. What a long day, man. Morning was great. Went by fast. It's crazy how draining a couple of hours of like sideways garbage will just destroy you mentally. I need a new phone game. Clash Royale? I don't know. I used to play it. Wonder if I can recover my account. If I can recover my accounts, then maybe. Jump on RuneScape. See, that's AFK as well, man. Yeah, I think ADR zones are fine. I think they're definitely worth playing around. If it's part of your system, it's part of your system. I think it's a good gauge to understand volatility. Like if we are breaking outside of ADR and holding it, like you've got a pretty strong sign of trend. If we're maintaining ADR low and high, right, like you have a pretty balanced session that isn't outside of the volatility parameters for what's been going on for, you know, the last 10 or 14 days. I think it can give a decent amount of insight. Personally, I think that like the Russell and just like a couple basic value levels have been all you need recently. So that's why I've been focusing in on it as much as I have, because like the market's been doing these really basic rotations. But if it's part of your system, definitely worth. If it makes you money, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. That's the move, like it really is. It really is. There's just no point being here midday, man. Like, sure, you might miss a couple rotations, but who cares? Like, your major structural trades are just in the beginning of the day and end of day. Not trying to be in a trade for 2 hours to make the same points as if I had just come back for the last, 2 hours of the day or the first hour of the day. It just does not feel great. Yeah, you might as well just cut yourself off. I feel it. Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of the first hour as well, because we have a pretty clear idea of where we could go, as well as like current trend, like just off bat, like very, very quickly. I think that there's definitely a decent amount of edge in the first couple hours of the day. If you like know what you're doing, right? If not, then it's a clusterfuck. But if you have some levels marked from like historic value, and you have an understanding of how to play either like an opening range break or a break of structure, like it's pretty textbook. I think waiting for like the first 30 minutes or the first 15 minutes to form, getting a general idea of like how positioning is happening and then trading around that, or waiting for the first hour and letting the IB develop and then trading around that, like having some sort of structure to play around and then having systems that you have like developed out on how to interact with that area is like the most important thing. Either you see your setup or you don't, but at least it's structured around the time and a certain area. Like either you see your setup or you don't. The more structure you can build in for yourself, the less chances you create to have horrible emotional trades.
US Treasury Secretary Yellen says it's important that the US and China maintain level economic playing field.
Level. I don't know about level. Yeah, it looks pretty sick. I'm curious how they're gonna do that with raids, though. My only concern. But not being locked into one place is so good. It's a good first risk off if you're long. Watch as we approach this zone on RTY. We stopped selling as soon as the Russell found that low in the VWAP. Now we're just waiting to see if NQ and ES can get back over to value, get over value, and retrace this range. If the RTY, if Russell loses momentum and everything comes up into a pivot at the same time, right, there's potential for another leg down. So just really keeping an eye across the board here, seeing how we react at these pivots. For upside, again, we want to see a recovery of our value low and rebid off of it, and then we can push back up to POC. Right now, we're just trying to find acceptance outside of the range. If the Russell can break back over 96.5, we probably go all the way back up. If the Russell breaks below 89.70, then we probably continue down. Right, like we have a very clearly defined range right now on RTY. Later, Izzy. Just like we were watching for our auction rotations earlier, we can see a very clear distribution developing here into this low, and we see a very clear pivot above us, right? Creating a defined area of risk where we want to see sellers reoffer, where we want to see buyers be able to get back into this distribution, be able to hold this low to traverse back up. So we are watching this pivot area or this zone to let us know what the hell is going to happen next. Watching our value low retest on NQ, ES rejecting value low as resistance so far, and Russell maintaining our higher lows, but so far rejecting that 96.5. We want to see a pierce above and the ability to bid off of it for more upside. Or again, this is where you expect sell side to be present. Good area to move up stops if you are long from the lows, or look for shorts on a break of our higher lows and a structural retest on our offer. Right? So we are maintaining higher lows right now. What does it look like if we know that this is a potential sell level? Well, we then look for a reoffer, a failure to hold higher lows, right? And then a down. Break of trend. You don't get caught on a double bottom or a higher low. Something that you can do if you are newer is just put a anchored VWAP on the most recent low. Turn your settings to the low on the source, and then look to see a supportive bid step in at your anchored VWAP. You're looking for buyers to interact here. If it becomes sell side it is a good area to look for a breakdown. Very basic, but just a trend trade. Sometimes you don't need more than that. Russell holding the highs as of right now. We want to see this be a strong look above and then a strong bid for continuation up. Not a ton up here until we see buyers willing to interact and push us back over into the previous distribution and get us over value. Suspiciously cordial is a funny way to put it. Just back to our view ups here, right? 66 on ES off the Globex one. Just watching our Russell, seeing if we can now hold up here. Trend continues until Russell stops moving up. We are at our value low on ES. Next pivot above is at 69.50 if we can breach 66s. But other than that, there's really not a ton here. Like I said, either you're playing off the Russell low and you're in runners, or you're waiting for a shift in the higher low trend. Click.
Market on close imbalance, 1.6 billion to the sell side.
Trade value on. You have a good day, Nick. Great job, man. It's all you. Ara? Holy shit, I haven't heard that name in a minute. Paramount. Forgot that was a stock. Watch our retest into value here into 56s on NQ off of the failure to get over our 75 VWAP. Just kind of building here, right? Developing. We want to see if this 50-56 area can maintain a supportive, just kind of waiting across the board. Russell still trying to hold here at our previous value. Back signals were pretty solid today. They're not like bad, but I love when they play into our value levels. It just add so much confluence to the price action. Big fan. Three minutes left, guys. absorption happening at that 65, and now an aggressive seller trying low. No real movement. NQ bounced off our 56s, trading back up to the high of the range, 74. Need to see the break over 75s and bid for continuation. This will be the top. Just another bounce off of value low on NQ. There it is, top of our range, back to our view up. Either are wrist off or you have moved stops up to at least break even if you're playing off the 56. That is close. Yikes. Unfortunate. You knew that was going to go without you anyways, having to close it at 4 on the prop. The classic, man. Oh, you get 10 plus minutes? Nice. Okay. Well. Yeah, man, no problem. It's just such a classic. I feel like for the end of the day stuff, like, you have to just keep your stop at the low. Like, you're gonna get stopped out. Either you just, like, take profit into the known pivot, or you just are, it's like, break even, or the moon. So I just want to highlight something. For those that aren't following my levels, I just want to show, like, what did we do today? Specifically, what are we doing in the market? We just have PVZ on. Hide all this. We see how we're just holding yesterday's value high. We then traded back into our balance, held our value high POC from the morning, and then immediately bounced off. There's no shift in value. We're doing very balanced sessions. So this is why we've added these value shift lines. Because all this is showing us is that we had a failure at the highs from buyers to push us higher, right? And so we broke back down to retest our value. Unless we push below this, right, we expect buy side to still be present here. All this was just failure at the highs, right? And if that happens, then we don't have a shift of value. And then if there's no value shift, then we're going to reverse back down to where value was found last. I think it's pretty easy to see in this version that I made, the cleaned version that's in Intraday Ideas. But like all we did was come back down to our top of range yesterday from our previous balance that we drew out. We've seen the same, a very similar price action for, I don't know, the last couple of weeks where the Russell maintains a really solid range where price just oscillates for, I don't know, like 2 hours, where it attempts to break the highs. And until we see that breakdown, we can use these as our local pivots for our highs and lows that we're trading on ES. But as soon as the Russell breaks out of this rotation at the highs, we then have NQ and ES breaking down at the exact same area, and we don't have the Russell to maintain the market. So it's like we don't have anything pushing against us to keep us up, right? All of the pressure is sell side all of a sudden. We can see that on NQ. Our NQ breakdown with confirmation with the Russell failing at the lows. Like, we can just wait for these breakdowns for the overall market, when everything shows that weakness at the same time, we get large moves. If the Russell's maintaining these pivots, you're going to get this chop. And like, this is playable, right? As soon as you identify that it is a range, that we have balance. But like, as soon as you start to expect more, I want to remind you what I say all the time, which is what is going to give you the move, right? Like, what's going to cause that breakout? What's going to cause the breakdown? It is balance until proven otherwise. So like, what is going to be the thing that drives us outside of balance? So if we are able to wait, I know a lot of you played this balance, but as soon as we start to see that these buyers are now off sides at the lows, right? These are all buy, all at the low of our balance. Now we have a shift, right? Where we have a retest, and now our low of our balance is now our resistance, right? What are we looking for confluence with this to show that this is going to break down? What's changed? Well, let's go and look at what the Russell was doing at the same time as this was happening. What's changed? Like, waiting for areas like that it's just going to help out your trading so much. Especially if you're getting caught in chop, or like wanting a breakdown for the entire market here and not just waiting for the rest of the market to catch up and then break down. Like, we sat there for I don't know how many hours. Felt like a year. Just trading around this distribution at the highs. But like, if you're always waiting for more and you're not accepting that it's balanced, you're missing out on so many opportunities trading wise. I don't know. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like with the this doc that I'm sharing now, with the ES trades on the clean chart for the EOD review, if you go back and you look at like what these areas actually look like, I've now marked out, I don't know, 2 weeks worth of trades in areas and like our structural trades. Like, how are we interacting in these areas? The same levels. All right. I don't really have much to say. Does anyone have any questions? We have class. What's today? Wednesday. We have class tomorrow after hours. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about before then, right? Bring questions, comments, concerns. Feel free to DM me with trades if you have anything that you want help with. If you aren't feeling comfortable with the things that we're doing, etc., let me know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You guys let me know. If you need more, let me know. For posterity, go. It's from our levels and things that we talked about on the day. More break evens today because of how choppy it was, but other than that, not a bad day. Please, if you are having a hard time with some of these concepts, just like DM me or at me throughout the day if you need more information, if what I'm saying isn't clear for you. Totally understandable. All right, peace. I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early, 9:30.